hello. I hope you are having an amazing day. Today we're going to be going back in and... Oh, I pressed that button a little too much. We're going to go back in and decorate our Skelly farm today. Also, I don't know what's going on. The Endermen have been going a little nuts with the block placing. Hi, Lily. But yeah, this dude has somehow gotten himself trapped in a lot of blocks. So, that's fun. But I actually made some concept art for what I wanted to do for the Skele farm. And you may be thinking, what? What is that what it's on your thumbnail? Or something to that effect. And it is. I just moved it around a little bit so it could actually fit in said thumbnail. It's a little unfinished. There's not line art on two of them, but there's line art on the top right one. And this is the general concept of what I'm wanting to do, and I want to be able to translate it into, well, Minecraft and use it for our Skelly farm. Does it have all of the things mapped out how I might want it to look? No. In fact, there's a lot of things that are kind of left in the dark, but you know what? It gives us a stepping point. It gives me something to be like, oh, hey, that's what I'm aiming towards. So that is what I'm going to do today. Please stop selecting that. I would like to not be selecting that right now. There we go. I know you guys couldn't see that, but whenever I select something on the Streamlabs, it's like, oh, you're going to have a green outline even when you're not tabbed into it. It's like, oh, well, what if I wanted to, oh, I don't know, not have that distracting me. Also, I don't know when my helmet broke. I'm a little confused, but here we are. I did put copper in to be smelted, and it looks like all of it except for these two are done. Because I do want to use copper for the trim down below. And I think maybe even some of the warped wood. Not the green lines! But I think that will look good. And we can also use a bit of this as well. Because it's oxidized. It doesn't matter if it's waxed or not. Though I would like to have honeycomb at some point. Right now, it is not something that I feel like I can do at the moment. Because I don't currently have bees. So. There we go. That's a lot of copper. A lot of copper. I know we have more here, but for now, let's... Where is... Oh, the stonecutter's downstairs. There we go. I believe the majority of this is actually just going to be stairs. But for now, I'll just do half of it. Just for now. But because I've been AFKing a little, as you can tell from the levels I have, I did a little bit at the Skelly farm just so I can get enough levels so I can enchant a diamond pick and hopefully a few other things. But it also means we have a little bit of iron. just a little bit. I'm gonna quickly condense that down. Also, I don't know what to do with these poppies, but you know what? We have red dye. So there's that. Do I seriously not have a crafting table down here? You know what? For my own sanity, there's gonna be a crafting table down here eventually anyway. I bet. So. For now. Oh. And we are bearing witness to An iron golem? I'll just make a new helmet while I'm at it. There we go. And you know what? How about a new pick as well? Because I know we're going to be enchanting a diamond pick, but I don't want to use the diamond pick too much and be like, oh no, now I have to repair it again. Because I am still running low on diamonds. I do need to do that. But I want to focus. I forgot to put away the iron. It'll be fine. It'll be fine because I need to go down there anyway. I also need lapis. What am I gonna get? Efficiency? I mean, it. Alrighty then. That works, I guess. Not what I was hoping for, but it's something. I'm gonna try again. That's even better. Okay, so I can use this one until it breaks, and I can use this one until it almost breaks, and then I can combine them. Or I could just combine these two, and then use this one till it breaks. Would probably be the better idea. However, oh, please. Okay, good. I didn't look at you. What did I enchant? Was it just... Was it just the pants? It was just the pants. Okay. I can enchant one more thing. So protection, unbreaking, or unbreaking. You know what? That's not bad. Not bad at all. I would like to put these on the mannequin, though. There we go. And now I can combine these. And now I have a fairly good pick. And I still have this pick, which I can use until it breaks. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I do still need to put this iron away. So let's quickly do that, just so we have some inventory space to actually do something. Because it is taking up 2 slots of my inventory. And then we can also... That's not the right level. I really need to put an indication of which level's which. But we can also run by our Skele farm to see... what items we're going to be using. Because I know we're going to be using copper. I know we're going to be using oak, birch, which I do need to cut... Oh. You know what? While we're down here, I'm just going to take this, get some more sticks. I'm going to need another axe. And I already have a lot of shovels. I don't need more shovels. But I'm fairly certain we don't have a whole lot of... a fair chunk of materials that we're going to want to use. So, I need to head back up, grab as much as I can, just so we can bring some of the items that we need down there. Oh. I'm also going to need to get some warp stem as well. Which is fine. Don't think we'll need the actual slabs. Right, I need to use... I already have a singular piece of moss down there that I can bone meal. Alrighty then. I'm gonna need lanterns. I need to grab a bundle for the things that are just taking up room in my inventory that I still technically need. Let's do the deep slate, because I know we're going to need those. Actually, I think I still have some deep slate down there. Doesn't hurt to bring another stack. For now, I'm only going to bring 37 pillow. Should be good for a starting point. Some normal basalt. I am really low on birch and really low on oak, so I just need to get those. Is there anything else besides what we already have? I don't know why I wanted to make that 60, but you know what? Might as well. Doesn't hurt. We already have a double chest down there, but I believe it is filled with some of the things that was just from us clearing out the area to make said farm. Some decorated pots wouldn't hurt. And you know what? I even tossed in a glowberry. Anything else off the top of my head that we already have that would just bring down? We have dirt. We have the stone blocks. Do I have just normal stone? Do I not have just normal stone? Really? Oh, I do. Okay, good. Good! I planned ahead. Okay. That should be good for our first trip down. Then I can head back up, get the... Why do I keep closing that when I know I need to go back down? Get those trees, because I believe we have a fair chunk of birch and oak already grown, so we just need to cut them down and replant them. And then we can start... I thought that granite was iron for a half a heartbeat. Then we can start building, which I'm super excited for. Because when I was doing the concept art for it, I was thinking, oh, how do I want this to look? I know I didn't get all of the touches added that I wanted, but I did add a little bit, which is a little bit of discoloration in the wood itself, basically like it's aged, because I wanted to look kind of overgrown and aged. I forgot to add the overgrown bit, because I was focusing on mainly the structure and what I wanted it to look like. Also, I did add a faster way to get down there. It's more of, it's not safe yet in the slightest, and I'd rather not perish to fall damage again. That would be not so great. Can I please? Thank you. Don't know why I was having a hard time with that jump. Off we go. To head up the waterfall and to head back to that Skele farm. You know what? At least by doing this, I know where it is, and I don't get lost every time I try to either go home or go to the Skele farm. So there's that, at least. And it was over here. Perfect. Oh, right. And mud. And I did a little bit. Ah, yes. That's not enough. Let's go ahead and drop all of that off. I already had a little bit of glowberries, but you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Let's first do a little bit of moss. Because in the concept art, I had it go out to maybe there, meaning I need to raise this up a bit. And then it also went out to the side, so it had the entrance here, and then the wall came out and down. So that's how we're going to be able to get down into the actual chamber. Hi. Really? It's fine. It's fine. If the Skele wants to do that, the Skele can do that. Okay. How do I want to do this? I could just dig it out manually and get some more items, but I could also just use moss. I need more moss anyway. So let's do bop. That. Alrighty then. I wasn't expecting to go that way, but I'm getting more moss, and it's also helping me clear out this area, so guess it doesn't really matter. I also didn't expect it to go all the way down there. I mean, I do need to clear that out as well, but wasn't expecting that. Okay. Would like it if the moss stayed in my hotbar instead of the carpet. But here we are. Okay. Can I please get back? There we go. And sure, maybe we don't need this much moss for this, but maybe we do. Maybe we need more than I think. But sure, that would be unfortunate for the small fact of then I wouldn't have enough moss on hand, but you know what? That happens. Oh. I'll grab that later. There we go. Ow. Dang it. Perfect. I didn't want the moss to be right there, but you know what? That works. For now, that works. Also, I really need to place this chest down. I'll just place it here. Okay. But if you look right here, we have infinite water source that, yes, I made it so that way it'll still remain an infinite water source. But I do have it open to the top. It's just not safe because, well, you can easily land right here, and I'd rather not do that. So once we have this all built up, I'm going to have a wooden... Wait, do I have dark oak down here? I don't. No. Oh well. I'll have a dark oak stair and spruce logs going all the way up. Just so that way when you fall down, you're guaranteed to actually fall into this water, and I'll also cover the top so it doesn't turn to ice, because it will in fact turn to ice. I learned that the hard way. Thankfully not the painful way, but I did learn that the hard way when I was just standing here being like, oh wait, that's ice now. That's not supposed to be like that. And I think this is enough for the entrance, and then this can be where the actual wall is going to be for this area, because where is... It's downstairs, isn't it? I believe it actually is. It is. Okay. Because the walkway down is right here, and I'll probably just have to make a new one just so it is actually included. But essentially we'll have a staircase down that'll go down, curve around, and go even further down. Which should easily link up. And if it doesn't, well, we'll figure it out when that comes. And I'm honestly thinking that over here, just in this top room, we can use smithing tables. Because it looks cool, and we actually have the iron to do so without crying. Because in all reality, smithing tables are actually really expensive. Especially if you're using them in a building manner. But now that I have an iron farm, it's more affordable. I want to spend hours just mining to get a singular building block. So I will have to do something similar so I can actually have all the wood I need. Because that I am very low on. You know what? Why didn't I make a diamond axe and enchant it when I could have? Probably would have been a better use of my levels, but you know what? We can do that another time. Because I do have the levels at my disposal. I just need to sit at the Skele farm and swipe at them a few times, and then I'll get all the levels I need. But it is something I probably should invest in. Probably would help. Just a little bit. I also need to upgrade this so it's the waterways have bubble vaders. I haven't yet. Because it didn't even cross my mind. But you know what? I really should do that. I would need to figure out where to put it down. I could probably just put it there. Just move it over by one. We'll see. Why did I think there was going to be a hole there? But we do have a trapdoor right here. We could easily do that. Okay. Before we go up, need to double check if it's day and is lovely. Because we're gonna need those 2 trees and dark oak. And pale oak is probably one I should harvest since I'm going to be using some of it. Hi, Happy Gast. Having fun just flying around? You know what? If I wasn't so worried about potentially losing the Happy Guest if I took them on adventures, I'd probably bring them out a bit more often. But I am a little worried that if I do take them out on an adventure, I'm going to somehow either lose them or perish and lose my Happy Guest, and I would be very sad. So for now, they're just going to be in their home. For now. But I do feel like having just this place in the middle of nowhere, while it makes sense because there's going to be a whole area down below, I feel like it wouldn't hurt to have maybe some more ancient buildings or something like that just scattered around. Like the terrain used to be habitable and less cold at some point in time, and then it just got colder and more difficult to survive in the, well, tundra. So they went underground in order to just stay warm. I could see that happening. Plus, there is a village nearby that I can probably incorporate that into. And maybe some just kind of survived and decided, no, I'm not going to go on this caving endeavor. We could just make warmer clothes and survive. While the others go downstairs and just have their whole society be underground. I can see that happening. I believe that's all of the wood, unless I'm missing some. No, it looks like all the wood. If I am, I guess we'll figure it out when the leaves start to, well, fail at decaying. There we go. I also need to make sure I actually grab those saplings so I can replant without having to grab saplings from my chest. Bop, bop. Those are really big trees. Or were you talking about the oak amalgamation that I was chopping down? Both were pretty big. Okay, I think that's all the birch replanted. It looks like it. For the most part. There we go. Fixed it. That... Both of them? Yeah. There we go. Come on. Give. And... There. Replanted. You know what? That is 8. I need to grab 8 buckets. I would like to go down. There we go. I think I have the iron upstairs. Wait a minute. There we go. We can put the iron back. We can sleep. And then I'm gonna grab all of that powdered snow. I'm not gonna use it just yet, but it won't hurt to grab. Look at that. The plan today is to decorate the Skele farm. Right now, I'm just doing some before the actual building of gathering. So, if keep on forgetting that buckets don't stack. I don't know where to place this. Uh, I'll just place this here for now. But if you saw the thumbnail, the image that I am posing in front of, so basically this is the concept art that I made for it. And that's the general look I'm going for the Skelly farm, except I'm gonna make it a little bit more run down and overgrown than I did in the concept art. Because it's very difficult to see the aging I tried to do, except in the bottom left. You can kind of see it in the bottom left for the wood itself, but that is the plan for today. Yeah. Okay. That might be enough, but I do need to also chop down the pale oak and dark oak, as well as head into the nether and get some of the warped stem. Please drop 4 saplings. I actually need to babysit this one. I will. Okay, I won't cry, but I'll come close to it if you don't give me. Oh, that was the leaves. Please give me 4 saplings. I don't want to go back to the pale oak forest. Please, please, please. Please be kind. I would love it if you were kind to me today and give me all the saplings that I need to replant you. Oh, come on. Pretty please. Because I think I have enough of dark oak that if I miss one, it won't be too bad. But if I miss one sapling of the pale oak, I'm gonna have a not so great time. It's fine. Items take a while to despawn, so I don't need to be too adamant on getting it the second it drops. It's fine. I'm saying that mostly for my benefit, because I really don't want to go to the pale oak biome right now. Or not anytime soon. Because I would rather not run into the thing that I bet will probably kill me if I ever see it. Please, one more. Just one more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you, I'll kind of babysit, but not as much as I was with the pale oak. Though if you drop more saplings, I won't say no. I mean, I'll actually be extremely happy if you do that. You know what? I'm gonna quickly grab these. Because why not? Oh, hi, kitty. I wasn't expecting you here. Are you? Oh, there we go. Are you? Okay, thank you. I was getting worried there, Dark Oak. Because if I don't get enough saplings of either of these trees, I'm gonna have to go to the same place. So, okay, we got enough. Can you please give me extra? I would love that. I will put it in my chest and regard it as a very big gift. Please. No? Is it because I punched one of your leaves on accident? You know what? That's kind of fair. But Dark Oak did give an extra sapling, so that's good. Come on. I know you could do it. I know you gave me all the saplings I needed, and I know I'm being a little greedy, but I really would love it if you would maybe sort of kind of drop one more sapling. Just one. Just so I don't have to worry too much next time. Please. Pretty please? Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? At least I got the amount I needed. At least I got enough to replant. I don't really have much room to complain. Okay. I'm gonna put all of those into the chest. Oh, soon I'm gonna have to put birch into the composter. Lovely. I might as well just grab that since I know I'm gonna need it. And it wouldn't hurt to chop down an oak tree, not an oak tree, a spruce tree, but you know what? I'll save that for when I legitimately do need it. Let's see here. Yeah, we should be good on everything. I forgot the warped stem. I'm already down here, so I might as well drop it off and then head into the nether because I need to put on. I believe I have a gold chest plate still, so I'll put on the gold chest plate, head into the nether, get some warp stem. I also need to grab some bone meal. I know I have bone meal upstairs in the sugarcane chest, I believe. Yes. I think I have a lot of bone meal in the sugarcane chest. Because I don't honestly remember if I replanted. Either way, we're going to need the warp stem because I doubt we have enough copper. I say as I'm looking at some copper. Actually, you know what? Might as well. I'll grab the copper. There we go. And I don't think... Did I have tough in my chest? Where am I going? That is not... How did I get lost? You know what? I know exactly how I got lost. I was thinking, hey, what other items do I need? And just kind of kept running. That's an easy way to get lost. Especially in a place that I have yet to make labels or any dedicated path to. But since this is going to be a more run-down area, I think the place where you drop down, above it, I kind of want to make a hut of sort where it's very run down. I think that'd be fun. I keep on forgetting that there's got to be mud. Dang it. Kind of need mud for this. I also kind of... You know what? It's fine. It's fine to have just some random copper in my inventory and a random apple. Why didn't I put that in a chest? Okay. I'm gonna take you... Oh, it's nighttime. Probably shouldn't do it right at this moment. Because that would probably not be great. But I don't remember how far I dug down. Huh. Just for that little area, I might not have enough spruce. But that's fine. I'm going to focus on the main build, and then we can focus on the build that's attached to it afterward. I'm also going to need calcite, which does mean I need to mine out the rest of that geode that we discovered very early on in this world. So let's go over here. We'll head up. We'll go into the nether. Get the warped stem. Then we'll head back into the overworld. Go down to, I believe, the first cave system we found. And dig out the geode. Because we need the calcite and the basalt. The smooth basalt. And since this is going to be overgrown, it wouldn't hurt to grab... Oh, I don't think I have anywhere near me that grows vines. Do I? Do I have vines on hand? I might not. Which is fine. I'll find a workaround. I know you want low lichen down there. But I don't know if... Huh. I do not currently have any of that. Okay. If I come across glow lichen when looking for... the calcite, the geode, then I will grab said glow lichen. So let's sleep. I need to grab the gold armor. For now, you'll go in there. I have arrows. Yeah, everything looks good. I should be fine. I have gold, so nothing should attack me unless I look at it in the eye. So it should be fine. Oh, hi! Alrighty then. I wasn't expecting that. I'm assuming that the stray went through the portal. Alrighty then. That happened. Hey, yeah. That was chaos. I wasn't expecting it. I'm just glad I didn't accidentally hit the piglin. That would have caused a lot more issues. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, my heart. So, next time I go into the nether after not being in the nether for a large period of time, I need to remember first to actually take a hoe with me. So I need to grab a hoe and might as well grab some bone meal while I'm at it. And I also need to remember, hey, none of this is enclosed. Mobs can just randomly spawn and go through said portal. I didn't think they'd still be through said portal, but you know what? Here we are. Today I found out, and it hurt. A lot. Okay. Do I have... I do. I don't know what Fortune would do, though. And we don't really need Silk Touch, so... You know what? I'll just make a different hoe. I'll make two. Because there's a fair chunk I need to break. And my whole hotbar is just gonna be filled with tools. You know what? That's not... That's really full. Okay, you know what? Dang it. Dang it. You know what? I'll put the arrows in there. Put the shovels in there, because I don't think I'm gonna be using any shovels in the nether. And before I forget, bone meal. Now we can go into the nether. Now we can go into the nether. And please let me through. Please let me into the overworld, please. I forgot to check if I had enough axes. Ah, yes. Ooh, lovely. What do you need when you're trying to get wood in the nether? Gold. Mm-hmm. A hoe. Also correct. Anything else? Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe something to chop the wood with? No, I don't need that. Why would I ever need something to chop the wood with? That's probably too many axes, but you know what? I'd rather be overprepared than underprepared. Now we can go into the nether. As much as I want to blame the fact that I'm frazzled from being jump scared by all those mobs, I gathered my equipment before that happened, so I can't really blame it on that. I don't like the fact that this is so far away from my axe. There we go. Up we go. Good, it didn't go too much higher than that. Lovely. Oh. Maybe it did go higher than that. Alrighty then. How much higher? Okay, not too much higher. Now I could just break all of this and it'll be fun, as long as an Enderman doesn't pop up and I accidentally hit it. Because that would really kind of suck. I'd rather not be attacked by an Enderman. Just saying. Because that would not be a fight I'd win. Not unless I was under some sort of cover. And is this the only section that's attached? I mean, there is this section. Have I cut this section down? I have not. Okay. So I need to cut this tree down as well. But that's fine. I need to do that anyway. Just for the wood. As long as I do this quick enough, I should be able to get to that relatively quickly. I can reach that from the ground, right? I better hope I can. Otherwise, that is going... Well, I guess it won't bug me because I'll get it. There we go. Perfect. And then as long as this is enough wood, then this is the only section I'll have to cut down for now. We'll see. Because I honestly don't know how much wood I'm going to get from this. I'm thinking I'll get a fair chunk. Because just from the staircase I did, I got, what, 14, I believe? Which isn't too bad. Ow. I love it when I accidentally take damage. Totally doesn't hurt. You know. You know when damage doesn't hurt? Okay. I need to grab you. I can't easily grab those, can I? You know what? I'll have to anyway, because that tree is in a spot I didn't think it actually was. So I've got to figure out a way up anyway. Or will I? Okay, good. I still have an easy way up. Why is there a random block here? Okay, how much do we have? 55. I mean, that'll most likely be enough for the thing that we're doing right now. Is it turning nighttime? Alrighty then. You know what? Is there any spots I haven't redone? Uh, okay. There are. Are you still? Are you good? Are you? Are you just having fun in your dirt prison of your own making, or did your friends put you there? 'Cause I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain you're encased. Yeah, you're encased. Right. There we go. Replanted. And I might as well grab these shovels back, because I don't know why I made so many shovels, but I needed them at some point in time and thought I was going to use a lot more than I thought I was. And you know what? Maybe I will. I also need to grab... You know what? I don't have a lot of that, though. I think my actual shears are down here. Wait a minute. They are. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go upstairs and shear my sheep. And put away the bone meal. And a fair chunk of the warped blocks. I forgot how much of a tongue twister that is. Where am I storing these? I'm assuming I'm storing them in here, and I just turned all of them into bone meal. I'll keep a stack on me just in case if I want to add some variety where it's just worn away so much that lost enough structure that maybe it collapsed, because there is going to be stairs that hold up the copper, because it's probably going to be 2 blocks, so it's going to be upside down stair and a block of copper or warped stem, or maybe warped wart blocks. And shroom lights are just a good light source. I need to sleep. We can sleep. We can shear the sheep. Oh. Uh. Hi. I don't like how many explodey friends there are in the distance. You know what? I'm gonna take care of said explodey friends before I try and shear my sheep. Come on. Hi, zombie. Oh, you're... Nope. 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 Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. Alrighty then. Do I have dirt? I would like some dirt. Oh, please don't. You know what? I'm gonna eat before I head upstairs. Okay, I ran away before it could get to me. Lovely. Hi. Are you coming? I can hear you. I can hear you really loud. Okay. Can you please... Child? Where are you? Child. Child. Ugh. I. Well, that happened. What? Alrighty then. Wasn't expecting that. I honestly didn't know you could get a music disc from that. Alrighty then. You know what? At least there's not a chicken jockey on my doorstep anymore. Because that could have ended poorly. The only way I saw it was ending poorly if I didn't use blocks. Oh, it is? Oh, that's cool. I still need to see that. I don't honestly know where it's streaming. I am now extremely concerned. Where are the explodey friends? Is it just safe? Are we good? Maybe we're good. Maybe. I really need a... I don't think I have any of the things that I would need to be able to get another color right now. Actually, do I have a cactus? I think I have 3 cactus that I can easily plant, even as a temporary farm. It's on Hulu? I need to do that then. Can I please... I'm so glad that when I jumped in here it wasn't too many animals. That would have really sucked if it was. Just go in there and start taking a lot of damage just because there's too many animals. That would suck. But we have a whole lot of wool. Well, of the kinds that we already have. Do I seriously not have a red sheep? What happened to my red sheep? What? Do I not? The fact that I have red dye means that I should have a red sheep. Did I space getting said red sheep sheared? Or was I just low on red wool? I just have one singular red sheep. Ah, that's why. Okay, I have a lot of orange sheep. For now, since I legitimately don't have any other colors at the moment, I'm fine with having multiple of certain colors of sheep. That's fine. Okay, let's do... Okay then. I know I need carpet for my Skele platform, and having some carpet just in general wouldn't hurt. I do have some light gray carpet and some white carpet. Wait, do I have any ink? I don't. I do have bone meal though. Wait a minute. I have bone meal. I have bone meal and technically a lot of wheat, but you know, I'll just grab this much and put it away afterwards, just in case. But I could just breed the 2 sheep, one being white, one being black, and I'll get either a light gray or a dark gray. As long as one of the black sheep actually eat... Well, actually, Come on. Okay. You know what? Dark gray sheep works. That works. Or is that just gray? I think it's probably just gray. But either way, it's one step closer to light gray. I wish we had more brown. But I think I can get away with red carpet. How much carpet comes from 1? 3? I cannot get away with it. Because I need at least 6 wool to be able to cover a 9 block area. So for now, it'll be fine. Because I'd rather it be light gray, and I might go red. If it's the only thing I have. There we go. And you know what? I'll just put the shears that are brand new in here, and I'll bring these ones for the other stuff. And it's not this one, it's right here. Yes. Was it up and around? Yes. Yes, it was. Okay, cool. Need to keep an eye out for any glow lichen, which I don't see any right now. Too fast. Got it. Because I'm not trying to break everything, and I don't want to accidentally break those, I'm not going to use my enchanted pick. That was really fast. I know it's been a while since I've actually used a relatively good pick for mining. And you know what? I'll take the crystals. It won't be my goal to get said crystals, but if I get crystals, I won't complain. However, I do need to get up. There we go. Why? Oh, okay then. A random 2 tall hole. Totally not questioning why that's there. There we go. As long as we can get out, it's fine. Bop, bop. You know, we're getting a whole lot of amethyst as well. Which is lovely. There we go. And I just need to remember not to break this, because this is our pathway up. Sure, I can make another pathway up with other materials, but for now, it doesn't hurt. And sometime relatively soon, if I keep using calcite and smooth basalt, I'm going to need to actually find another geode. Which is easier said than done. I feel like I got relatively lucky finding this geode as early as I did. Because I remember... I think it was my first single-player not hardcore, just normal survival. I needed an amethyst, kept looking, and didn't find one. Which sucked, but you know what? This world we have one. So at least we have all the amethysts we could ever ask for. Ooh. You know what? Grabbing that coal probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna grab that coal. Give me all of the coal. Perfect. That's not a budding one. They may be easy to distinguish from the others, but every once in a while, if I keep mining just the amethyst and I'm not paying full attention, there are some times where it's like, wait, no, that's a budding one. And I'd rather not run into that. It does kind of suck when you accidentally break one. There we go. And there we go. I think this is almost. I need to grab this part and then the other part. And then that'll be all of the calcite from this one geode. And then I'll have to find calcite in another place, aka another geode, because I don't think calcite appears anywhere else. Oh, can I? There we go. Perfect. And that means the only thing left to dig out from this is the rest of the amethyst, which is few and far between, and the basalt. And then it'll just be the budding crystals that we can just harvest from every once in a while. Which is lovely. And I know I need to use a fair chunk of it for the building, but I would like to put away the amethyst, because I don't think we're going to use that for this specific build. Alrighty then. There we go. Gonna put this away. I don't have a lot of inventory space right now. I'll put the shroom lights in here. And the smith basalt. I should have counted at least the length and the width of that room, but I didn't. Okay, that's not too bad. I think the worst part is actually going to be the wood cost at the moment. Alrighty then. 10 is definitely not going to be enough. I mean, the whole floor doesn't have to be that. Yeah. For now, we'll keep it at that. And if we need more, we'll grab more. And while we're here, oh, I should probably search the cave system that's right by the Skele farm just so I can get some glow lichen. Is there anything in specific? You know what? Just so I have it growing somewhere. Sure, it won't be able to grow too much. Actually, it will. It can grow to full height, right? It might not. It might break off at the top. Either way, it'll at least give us a little bit more cactus. Then we can get some green dye for our sheep. And I believe lime dye is yellow and green. Do we seriously not have a yellow flower? Besides, of course, the wildflowers that are currently few and far between right now? Really? That's honestly surprising. Alrighty then. I think I also want to grab some diorite, and I think smooth diorite. Well, no, smooth diorite has the border, so maybe just plain diorite. Sprinkle it in with the calcite to look like it's eroding over time. I also don't have that much quartz, but quartz would also do well. It also means I need to go back into the nether just for quartz because that's not a lot of quartz. I'm really hoping that's upstairs. Yeah, it's upstairs. Just want to make sure that the lightning didn't somehow, in some way, shape, or form, get to my villagers. I know that would be very unlikely, but you know what? It was very unlikely what happened to Moss in, I believe, the first hardcore world, and it still happened. So, you know what? Anything's possible. I'm gonna grab a bottle. I don't need to fill it with water because I already have an infinite water source downstairs. I don't like the fact that it sounds like you're right next to me. I mean, for all I know, maybe you are, but you're not currently throwing anything at me, so I'm assuming you're upstairs. I'm gonna need to breed my cows. I'm running a little low on food. I mean, sure, I have a full stack and some, but still. Would like to keep on top of that. Uh, do, 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 do. You know what? Maybe I can also put a custom tree or two down there as well, just in the probably the side that is more open, which is the side that technically isn't as well lit. So it'd be in that mostly undiscovered cave. But I have a feeling that would look pretty cool because this is supposed to be run down, overgrown. And since it's been open to the world above and people have been walking around and stuff, the fact that there would be nature this far down below wouldn't be too surprising. Because what if one person brought in like a potted plant, just be like, oh, hey, I think this would look nice here. And then a long time later, that turns into, oh, hey, this place has been abandoned for a while. And now that one plant has grown, adapted, and thrived. And so has a lot of other things. That makes sense. I do have the... Oh yeah, I have the shears on me. Wanted to double check. Plus, since it's a cave system, we can easily use a water stream and stuff like that. Though we don't... Do we have dripstone? I don't think we have dripstone. I don't think we have any dripstone. Not yet. So I might have to come back down here to upgrade this. But I can see dripstone also being really cool. Especially if there's going to be water and stuff. I feel like if there's not dripstone near a lush cave, I feel like it makes sense if there's a dripstone cave next to a lush cave. Just for a simple fact of there's going to be water in lush caves. Oh. Oh, wait. Haha. Sure, I'm gonna have to bone meal you because there's not a lot of you, but you know what? I have a little bit. I should probably get a little bit more than what I'm getting, but you know what? It's fine. I should probably also make a farm for it, but that is also fine. I'll do that later. Oh, I was going to use amethyst for it. Oh, I should have just brought the amethyst with then. Oops. Okay. I need to place you down. You know what? I could place you down. Here? Where are you coming from? I heard that. Please don't fall on top of me from somewhere. That would kind of suck. Where are you even wandering? Are you above or below me? If it's below me, then I think I know where you probably are. If it's above me, then where in the world? Oh, no. I didn't think that through. But it's too late now. That's going to fall. Okay. Place that down. Hi. Oh, I forgot to change my chest plate. Since I already have to go up to grab the amethyst, which I forgot I was going to use. Because I don't think I put purple on the concept art for this. But you know what? That's actually going to add a splash of color it's going to need. Let's see here. Oh, right. No. I did. Did I? No, that was tough. You know what? I didn't, but that's fine. We're going to find a way to incorporate it because it's really pretty, and we're probably going to need it. And either way, I do want to, well, eat so I don't somehow perish. And bring the singular piece of glow lichen upstairs just so I don't accidentally use all of it and not have a backup. Because that would kind of suck. And I should probably search my chests for more tuff, because I think I only have a stack of tuff in my chests. I don't think I have a lot of tuff. And if we don't, well, there's a whole lot of tuff down this walkway that I could just kind of dig out with my new pickaxe. It'll be quick. Hopefully. I guess we'll see. We'll see. I forgot to drop off the stuff that's in the bundle. Oh well. It's only taking up one spot in my... That was the torch. I was wondering what the random black spot was that was kind of moving, seeing if it was a bat. No, it was just the torch. It was just torch smoke. Okay. Let's put you and you in here. And you know what? That worked. I'm fine with that. Okay. Because, sure, we don't need the flower pots, but it'll be good for decoration, especially since we're going to have some decorated pots. And the fact that some of these plants are only going to be there because of the fact that people brought some of the vegetation down there, like the firefly bushes and stuff. Or maybe the wind carried it, or it was on their boots. But either way, it somehow got down there. All the way into the deep slate area. That kind of hurts, but you know what? We still have the amethyst shards that we can collect, so it's fine. And I also need to take that off just so we can keep all of our golden stuff just kind of at a good durability, because I can make more, but I'd rather just use the stuff that we already have first, rather than being like, oh hey, we have all the gold in the world. I mean, we have a fair chunk of gold, but definitely not enough for me to be like, ah yes, let's use this all the time, willy-nilly. Why did I look in here? Ah yes, because I need a potion of weakness right now. I don't know what to use it on. I don't think using it on anything at the moment would be good. You know what? We might actually need some coarse dirt. And I know I want an armor stand. So yay, we have an extra one of these. And then I can make 2 more armor stands. One I'm probably just gonna put away, but for now I'll keep it in my inventory. If I use both, cool. If I don't, well, then I didn't. It would be interesting to use smooth stone other than just a crafting material. I don't think I've actually used smooth stone as itself as a building material because of the tile texture it has, because of the fact that it has a border. So I find it a little bit difficult to use, but you know what? If I find something that needs a checkerboard a checkerboard cheddar pattern, then maybe I'll try using it. Either that or any of the smooth variants of granite, diorite, or andesite. I forgot to check for the tuff. I don't remember seeing any tuff though, so you know what? Where is it? There it is. You know what? Considering the fact that this would be a lot slower with a normal pick, this isn't too bad. It's definitely not as fast as any of the stone stuff, but you know what? That's fine. Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting that at all. I was expecting, hey, I'm just gonna mine out this stuff, not, hey, there's a cave up here. Oh. A decent cave. Not the biggest cave, but it's definitely decent. I say that, and then the section that I just kind of looked at, put a torch down and left, that section's gonna connect to the one that's down below. Which would be cool, and also, geez, that'd be very big. But for now, that is not our goal. Right now, I'm legitimately just grabbing some tough. Delicious, delicious tough. And putting down another torch, because I'd rather not have issues. I don't think we'll need this much tough, but you know what? The tough that we don't use, we can use for future projects. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. 2 stacks. Because I believe we also have at least close to a stack in the chest. In the Skele farm itself. Ooh, plus since we have so many bones, we could also use bone blocks for some of the things as well. Ooh. That'd actually be perfect. Because the bottom half of the build, just below where I plan to have the copper and or warped section, so just below that strip of blue, teal, we're gonna have the section that's gonna be calcite or diorite. Which means we could use bone blocks as basically a way to age that section because it isn't quite white, it's a off-white. More yellow. Why did I'm gonna travel for that water. You know what I could do is just put a thing of water. You know what? I think that's exactly what I'll do. I'll put a thing of water right here, and then just pick it up after I have all of those turned into mud. Then I can dig those up. I used a fair chunk of torches for that. Okay. That's a fair chunk of tough. Will I need more? Probably. I wouldn't be too surprised. But you know what? Not too bad. Let's put in the shroom lights. I wish I organized this better. Did I? No. But I wish I did. Okay. Right now we don't need the shears, or the armor stands, or the amethyst, or the coarse dirt. All we need right now is the bottle, which well, actually, the bottle and the smithing tables. Because I want to put them as the main floor behind this door, and a little bit to the side here. Not the entire side. probably just here, because this is going to be where it starts going down, and this is where the wall's going to be, right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just about. Because it looks really good as a floor. Okay, let's go ahead and grab a bucket of that and put it where this torch used to be. Just so we don't have to run back and forth too much. We'll do a little bit of running, but not as much as we would have. I needed to bring wheat. And I didn't bring any wheat. I also need to replant my wheat, because right now it's all potatoes. Because sure, we have a fair chunk of wheat, but definitely not enough for me to be like, oh, hey, we can make all of the packed mud without having to worry about not having enough wheat. I keep on forgetting that this sinks the ground down just ever so slightly to where you can kind of get... You can kind of interact with water without having to be in the water. It's always doing this that I'm reminded of that. I don't usually walk on mud. I'd say mainly because I think the last time I was in a mangrove swamp was a fairly long time ago. Because I think the last time I had the mangrove saplings, which their actual name is escaping me, was through a wandering trader. I probably want to collect that. There we go. Oh. I'm so glad mud is not one of the objects that have gravity applied to them. I'm surprised that didn't set off the gravel. You know what? I won't complain. You know what I should do? Since I'm going to have to mess with the terrain of this place anyway. Let's see here. Let's do bop. Yeah, I did that right. And then I could just break... Actually, I can just update this. Perfect. Gives me a fair chunk of gravel, and now there's no longer, well, a death trap waiting to be activated. Lovely. Let's put that in. Let's... You know what? Do I just have normal? Yes, I do. I'll grab the 9 over here. Gonna temporarily do that. That needs to be... Oh no. I don't think any of these are dark enough, because that's too bright. So I need to do blackstone. Do I have? I think I have exactly 13 blackstone at my disposal. So I don't have a whole lot, but what I could do is figure out how to get out of here, and then grab the black stone, turn it into probably, no, not bricks, but we can just mix the smithing tables and the black stone as a pattern on, well, not a pattern, but just texture on the floor. So we can get away with keeping the infinite water source down there. Sure, we don't need the infinite water source down there at all times, but it also doesn't hurt. It may not have a purpose in that specific area, but it'll be good for when we're actually building down here. Once we dig out enough area, like this, the floor that we're currently on is probably going to end up being, I'd say maybe, if we're lucky, level 6 of our mining village of sorts. So we're very far from having that come to fruition just yet. But it doesn't mean that that place will be neglected, because I think it's close enough that it will be included. In fact, having the terrain be uneven would actually benefit us, because that's, I don't know what I'm going to do with that floor yet, but that's kind of what we're going to end up doing for once we get to it. This next floor. Just for a simple fact of, first off, we need to make sure all of that's spawn proof. And second off, all of that area, besides just need to be spawn proofed, is going to be inhabited. And I kind of want it to look like this is, sure, extreme and odd world generation, but more natural than what it currently looks like. I came up here for a reason. Blackstone. I was right. 13 Blackstone. That is not a lot of Blackstone. Do I? I do not. I don't think I have a smithing table down there. You know what? I know I have stone down there. I'll just bring a thing of iron with me, because I could grab that one, but since I'm still doing stuff in that general area, and that's the one that I'm using more for, well, the surface building, I'll just have one down here that I'll use for this area's building, so I don't have to keep on finding where my stonecutter is. Because that would be a game I'd play way too often. He'd be like, huh, I wonder where I put my stonecutter this time. Is it where it should be, upstairs, next to, on top of my crafting table, next to my chests? No. Is it next to my villagers? Also no. Is it all the way downstairs, several blocks away? And the answer would most likely be yes. And at that point, I'd already make a new one, so why not make a new one while we're ahead? And I believe it is just stone. If it's not just stone, then we'll have a few issues, but we should be fine. Eek. For my own sanity, I really need to fix that way up. Because sure, I'm gonna be refining a way up, well, down for the Skele farm itself, but ah, yes. Dude, that, as much as that's funny right now, it would be a reoccurring theme if I were to actually continually use only one stonecutter. Just for the simple fact of, I don't always remember where I put everything. I don't have a reason for that. I just legitimately don't. It's like, oh, you wanted to remember this? This little thing called, what is it? A stone cutter or a crafting table or even just, I don't know, die? No, you're not going to remember that. Okay, there we go. And then go, bop, stone cutter. Lovely. Why do I keep putting it on top of the... You know what? Easily accessible. Doesn't matter. Ooh. This kind of has the tile look anyway, so it's not terrible. It is a little dark, though. But I might be able to do it in a way that kind of makes it look like it's more so that area is damp for some reason, especially over here. So that would make sense. I didn't think that through. I could probably just break you with an axe, can't I? Probably could, but it's fine. This one's gonna need to be full. There we go. And then we can also do... Well, we're gonna need more of that, but let's do a stair. Right, I'm gonna need to fix that. How am I gonna fix that? I really should have taken a screenshot of how big this window is in comparison to what my concept art was. You know what? It's fine. Doesn't have to be perfect. But I do need to figure out what to do for the bottom here, because it is going to be different. It might be copper like the edges are going to be, because if I... Oh. I'll just do that instead. If I remember correctly, and just so you guys can see too, I'll just do it over here. The copper is going to be right underneath the door. And I might do a similar thing of the bottom left one for the balcony or porch or whatever this is for the top right. I might do that instead of what I was going to do, which is just have it propped up on spruce. Have it have a little bit more structure than what I was originally thinking. But since this is going to be copper, that lines up right with this. So that'd actually be perfect if I made that aged. Like the aged copper or warp stem. Which, sure, the copper isn't currently aged, but that's fine. Right, that's why I didn't do it. These aren't going to need to be stairs, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the rest of these will save, being like, okay, I might make these into stairs, or I might make these into copper, or cut copper. I also need Let's do 2 of these. And I won't do any of the warped warp blocks unless there is algae growing on top of the copper and or wood. Because I feel like it, which makes sense because it is warped warp blocks. But I feel like these seem more organic than what this looks like when it's stripped. And for now, I'm just gonna... You know what? Putting a torch there makes sense. For now. Just as a temporary thing. I didn't want to do that, but okay. Let's go ahead and do bop. Just so it's not putting water everywhere. And I don't think we need the bow at the moment, so I'm fine with just putting that off to the side. That's not where I want to place it. Oh, you guys are gonna hurt me. I did not think this through. That's fine. Night, Lily. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Oh, right. And right now that doesn't match, but once it ages, it will make sense. It'll just take a minute for it to actually age into what it needs to be. And then we can do that. Lovely. You know what? This is technically going to take more blackstone, but I'm going to do this real quick. Just so it's kind of making sense with where I'm placing the blackstone. And that's where our wall's going to be. Okay. And let's say... It would make sense if there was, like, water dripping from here. And technically that should probably also be blackstone, but instead, let's do a stair. Because then there's going to be water here, but this is going to be a bubble vader as well. So it kind of makes sense that this is going to be a little bit more eroded than this one, because there's motion to this one. I should have grabbed soul sand. You know what? That's fine. Once we actually have whatever we're going to put up there, and hopefully I'll have gotten sea kelp. Actually got kelp, because we don't have any kelp right now. Once we have kelp, it'll make this way easier. So for now, no bubble vader. There'll just be a way down. There we go. That makes sense. And then that's going to be copper. And right now there's buttons there just to be like, hey, this is where the Skele farm is. Because for the longest time, there was hardly any indicator where it was. And let's do... let's say a little bit of water also for some reason starts dripping from this general area. There's no reason for it, but just the fact that this place is starting to decay with age, it makes sense if there was just random areas where it started to. The cave just starts kind of reclaiming the area. Because I can see that happening. That scared me. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I need 12 more smithing tables. You know what? For now, I'll just make a note for myself. 12 more smithing. You know what? Plus 12 more smithing. Smithing tables. Please? That's not what I meant to do. Close enough. And then if we need any more things from upstairs, I'll put them there until we head upstairs, and hopefully I'll remember to look over there and be like, oh, hey, we need more of this. I'll go get that. Because that'll just be, what, 24 more iron? That's not too bad. Especially since the iron farm is running when I'm down here. I only know that because when I was trying to just get levels, I was able to go upstairs and be like, oh, hey, we have a lot more iron. So, that'll work. That'll work real well. Okay. And this is going to be mostly covered up by the deck that's going to be out here. That's going to be a relatively small deck, but it's going to be mainly supported by the cave floor and a little bit by the supports that are going to be out. And let's do this real quick. Yes, let me mine this deep slate with an axe. Uh, did I bring dark oak down here? I did. Lovely. Let's go ahead and make. Oh. I didn't need to do that for that one. Nope, I would like the dirt. Nope. Dang it. I know I have a fair chunk of dirt, but I don't want to bring all of my dirt down just because I keep wasting it. If I put another stair here, and then I'll put slabs on those. I might have to workshop it a bit, but I think it could work. That's... I mean, we might need trapdoors, but that's not what I was trying to make. But do something to this effect. I don't hate that except for the fact that if I'm going to have it be relatively exactly diagonal while this is out by a little bit, it kind of looks weird. At least to me. So let's go ahead and grab those and then fix it. So let's do dirt. Wait, that next one. The next one didn't have stairs, it was slabs. Right. So you need to be this one. Let's do slab and slab. And there we go. And I'm also gonna put a slab over here. I know technically that wouldn't have been seen, but I feel like it'd make more sense if it was like that. Can we do that? I'm definitely gonna fix the terrain around, especially since that's dirt, and I feel like that probably wouldn't be the best place to try and support, because dirt's a little squishy. But I feel like that's honestly not bad. Even though it looks like it is really big for something that is so thin. But if we don't have that... Ooh, you know what? Instead of doing what we did on the top, I'll put a slab here and a trapdoor here. Make it so it looks a little bit thinner than what it actually is. Let's do bop and bop. I also need my dirt. Give. Put the trapdoor. I mean, makes sense on the bottom. Right there, though, it's not quite right. What if I angle it this way and turn it up? No, that looks even more odd. Alright, so I'll return that to a slab, but not having that be a stair is probably going to help a fair chunk. That definitely helps. It no longer looks as bulky as it did before. Still looks a little bulky, but considering the fact that this is supposed to be diagonal when it's blocked, I think this isn't too bad. And I honestly think that's better because it makes it so it's consistent. And then this is just because it's attached to here, being supported. All right. And then this is the front view. So there was two. There's two things off of the supports, meaning that technically there would be one over here. And I do need to fix this area because it is going to encroach a little too much on the build than I would like it to. Because I think that would probably be a better height for the ceiling rather than where it is at. But I think where the support is to the side, I think that is a good place. So I need to whittle it, well, up, I guess. But also make it so it still connects with the roof in such a way that doesn't look odd. Let's do that. I know technically nothing would spawn there, but rather be safe than sorry. Yeah, that's not too bad. Because it makes it so that way we can actually see it a lot better from here. I really wish I grabbed that glow lichen before I did that. Of course, I don't have it on me. There it is. Can I reach said glow lichen? Yes, I can. Lovely. And that's technically supporting it a little bit further. Ow. Hey, there's a drop there. That's 2 blocks difference. We can easily just take away this bit, and it should look just fine. That might be a little too far. Can I... Is there a way I can reach this? That's understandable. Good night, Sage. And I'm glad it's looking good so far. Because, sure, we haven't gotten too much of it done just yet, but you know what? We got enough of it done that I'm starting to see it pull together, at least for me. And right there, I need to turn in... Well, do I? Yes. I do need to turn that into spruce. Also, I really should have just cut down the spruce while it was still outside. I had a feeling I didn't have enough spruce, and I was correct. But that's fine. We live and we learn. And that's going to support right up there, which isn't too far. It's far enough that we're going to have a little bit of the bark blocks. Can I... Okay. I would like that not to be in my inventory right now. I know I was just complaining to myself about not having it in my inventory before, but kind of, I don't have the most inventory space, and it was getting in the way. Okay. Alrighty then. And then let's do a slab. Because we do have the trapdoors, but I feel like it wouldn't be enough since this is trying to support something and it's not in a exact curve. It's just trying to be diagonal to hold it up. And you know what? It'd be a little dangerous just going with actual support wise. But I think I'm going to make a little bit of some of the wooden supports just kind of an off color. Close enough that it fits, but off enough that it kind of looks like it's starting to almost rot or decay. Because this is supposed to be an older build. Because let's say in its heyday, that copper wasn't oxidized. I mean, I think it'll look better when it's oxidized, but let's say in its heyday, it wasn't. Stuff to that effect. Because I'm also wanting to use. If there is one, I honestly don't know. They say there is one. Where's the doors? Doors, doors, doors. There is. Okay, good. A semi-aged copper door that is more so the copper color that we have here, but it's just the stage right after that where it's starting to oxidize. I feel like that looked good for a door here. Would it be the best normally? No, but we're trying to tell a story while also making it look good. Bit of both. Both. Both is good. Okay. It's not necessarily really visible on this end, but either way, we're going to need to get this. Oh. Dang it. This is. Okay. Plus 12 smithing tables. There. Now I won't break it. I have every single time I use these for a floor, a part of me is a little annoyed whenever I was like, oh, I need to eat. I can't aim at the floor because I just end up using them. But it's fine. It's my own choice. I could have picked any block. And I chose one that, well, you can interact with. There we go. Yep. I'm also wanting to do the whole tunnel as well, but for now, I'm going to focus on just the skeleton part of it. Because that is the part that I know what I'm doing. The other part is going to be either done later so I can make like an idea of it, or it'll be going with the flow. Both work, and we'll see which one is actually going to be what happens. Let's do you for the corner. If we use half slabs for the wooden platform porch, still trying to figure out what to call it right now, then it would actually be visible. So that means I need to grab that. Well, I don't need to grab it, but I'm going to grab it. And I'm going to do a little bit of both. This being a stair probably wouldn't make sense, but you know what? That's fine. If this is going to be a wall, this is going to be the corner. Meaning that's going to be a 2-wide walkway. And I have a lot of stuff to put in the chest. So at the moment, I'm not doing anything with the wood or the cobbled deep slate. So I'll just do that. Okay, I'm just going to keep the spruce logs on me so I have wood on me if I need it. You can go. And you know what? Fine, I wasn't going to grab those. But I can make these into slabs, since it's not going to be visible for the most part. I'm going to need, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 more slabs. So the rest of these. Let's do bop, 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 bop. Dang it. There we go. This honestly looks kind of neat. It's not going to look like this forever, but it does kind of look neat. And then once we reach a point that, let's say we have wax and everything, we can technically use our axe, bring these down to where they're not quite fully oxidized, just so it looks like it's still aging and not quite to the point where it's fully aged. Because I can see that looking nice. I didn't need to do that. I still had some that were fully oxidized. And that means that we're going to need a support right here. That's going to go up and spread out just so it's holding up the ceiling. For now, because we don't have a lot, I'm just going to put one down so I know what we're doing. Also, I really need to fix whatever is going on with this general area. So let's do that. I'm going to put a torch there. That'll be a wall. And there'll be a wall on this side as well. There's a 2-wide walkway. This will be another one of those, and I am one short on the slabs. Dang it. Let's put this slabs down, then the stairs, and that'll be that wall. And this side we wouldn't be able to see because it's inside of the cave. Or sunken inside of the wall of the cave. And that means I could just get rid of this part. And then any of this side, well, actually this side, sure, it's sunken into the wall, but I have a feeling with the material that it's made from, we could probably get away with it not having broken yet, just because it's a sturdy material. I can see that working. Did I break the deep slate that I was going to use for the palette? Probably. I think I probably did. That's fine. This needs to go up by 2, it looks like. Oh, dang it. Eh. No! I know I already have a fair chunk of this, but I'd rather collect it and say, oh no, I have too much, than not collect it and eventually go, hey, I need a lot of deep slate. Because I know that'll probably happen. That would be the wall, but since it's in a corner, no one's going to see it. Except you guys, because you guys are seeing this being built. But once it's fully built, you won't see that corner. Unless I do some sort of stair right there. But I don't think I will. I mean, I might. But it's definitely not something I'm planning on doing. Oh, I actually... That will be visible because I need to push this out by 1. Because I don't want this to be weirdly positioned as a staircase. And since the wall isn't going to be where this pallet is, it's actually going to be right here, behind the pallet. Then I can just dig this out until I reach the edge, which that looks like it is. Come on. There we go. Can I... This is why we can't have nice things. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that corner on. Let's put the slab down. And now we have that strip of copper done for this area, because we're not... Well, we're going to see this part, but we're not going to see the rest of it. So once it starts going down, which it seems like it's going to be right here, I'm going to do stairs. And since I'm going to do stairs, I don't need to have it go down right there. Oh. That also means all of that is going to be visible. Uh-oh. You know what? We have the slabs for when we need them again, because I'm sure we'll need them on the other side. And I'm going to need... Let's see here. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We currently have 4, so I just need 4 more. At least for this specific section. Dang it. There we go. And then it'll go down from here. And then right in this specific section, it'll turn? So if I put stairs right here, sure, it'll have like a weird little divot, but then I can go a little bit further and not have to think about the stairs too much. Okay. That goes down a little bit. Where is... the walkway down? Oh, it's right over here. This is negative 121 and negative 124. I know we're not going to do it all the way over there, but it doesn't hurt to just get a general idea. Negative 131 and a negative 125. So we're only one off just just on the z coordinate. And it's just the x coordinate that's a lot more off. Okay. If we go that way for stairs, it'll be right underneath the copper, which should mean that we can go 3 this way and not have to worry too much. Which means that it'll be 4 tall. That's not too bad. It also does mean I need to be careful when trying to figure out what to do with the ceiling just in this specific area. Because I'm fairly certain that next block is going to break out to... Wait, no it won't. Because it's the block right underneath this. Isn't it? No. No. I was right. That's going to be breaking right into this general area, which sure doesn't affect it too much, but I'd rather not have to smelt too much cobbled deep slate just to get normal deep slate. I wanted to do that too much, but it would kind of suck. So that means that I need to be careful. No, I won't. I can just do that because I was planning on already covering that up just for the simple fact that these are slabs, not full blocks. Over here was the only section where I needed to have full blocks where I put slabs. But this one can be slabs because this is also going to be somewhat covered up by the platform. So we don't need to worry as much as I thought we did. Okay, cool. And then it needs to be... Oh. As much as it would be cool to have a separation there, I think what I might do is this will still be a 2 wide area, but have this section right here. Oh, but if it's only a 2 wide area, then I've already screwed up. I'll have to fix it later. Okay. go. Because it's only 3 tall when it's going down. So it should remain consistent. And it goes 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So this is going to be an 18 by 18 staircase all the way down. No, it's not. It would have been, but I also need to count a 3 by 3 area up here. Oops. Okay. Relatively close. Close enough that it doesn't necessarily matter. So this is 1, 2, 1 more down. Then I need to do the 3 by 3 platform because I want to make sure that I'm not going to hit the drop point for the skeletons when doing this, because that'd be very problematic. Let's do this. Oh, well, didn't want to do that, but okay, I can put a torch there for now. Because I'm not going to keep these walls deep slate or tough. It'll change into something else. And for now, this'll do. Oh, hey! There's the big cave. And our killing chamber's just down that specific hole. There are so many skeletons. There are so many skeletons down there. Okay. I would like to get up there. Okay. I need to figure out a good way of getting to that area. But I have a feeling there's enough skellies just down there in general that they might just start dying by themselves. So I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna quickly turn this down a bit. Because it's gonna be a little loud. Hi, skellies. Just so there's not too many down here to where we wouldn't be able to get the experience. But that's why we need carpet down here. Because some of the experience wants to just stick around in the hoppers that don't collect experience. Which isn't helpful. Okay. Let's go ahead and put those in there. And everything else isn't from the farm. Okay. I do need to be mindful of where this is, though. Just in relation to the staircase. But it should be fine. Oh, hi. Yeah, I did not light this place up well. I lit it up well enough that it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also definitely not the safest place. There we go. Just so something doesn't just jump up and be like, hey, I'm here! While I'm trying to dig out this staircase. Because as much as that would be funny, I would like to avoid that. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. And this is going to be the 3x3. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. There we go. You know what? I can turn up the sounds now, so I'm not snuck up on. That's the main reason why I have the hostile mob sounds up as high as they are in comparison to everything else. It's just so I don't have a random, unexpected friend pop by and kill me when I'm not expecting it. But with mob farms, kind of makes it so I kind of should. Turn them down. Why was the ceiling confusing me for a second? Probably because this is the same height. So just so I don't have that happen again, I'm going to put that down just so I know where the ceiling is and where to cut it off. Because that threw me off for half a heartbeat. How is this going to connect to the bottom area? I'm hoping it's not going to be too bad. That's 1, 2, 3. So one more, and this is going to be a 3x3. But it might connect up bad. We'll see. If it does, then I'll fix it. Because it's not too difficult to fix. It's just no. It's just something I need to keep in mind. That's the 3x3, so I need another 3x3 just right next to it. Dang it. I should have taken the... Well, that's why I was off. Okay. Never mind. I was right to dig that part out. Okay. But I should have taken the cords of where the Skele kill chamber is. Because that would have been useful information. And I'm going to do that now just so I don't regret it later. Because this is a little bit further than where we are, but just so I know where to hit. Negative 33 to negative 35, it looks like. Okay. Not too bad. So this is negative 27, so we have a little ways to go. In fact, I think the way that we're doing it might be just perfect. Or maybe a block off. One or the other. Oh no. Why do I keep on finding caves when I'm not wanting to find caves? But I don't find caves when I want to find caves. That is unfortunate. Okay. This is going to be the 3x3 section. And then I do actually need to go down there and light it up just so I don't have not so friendly friends come by. While I'm trying to go downstairs or decorate. That needed to be down a little bit lower. There we go. It's so dark down here. Let's do that as well. And I accidentally... Actually, I don't think I broke that one. I think that was just part of the cave. What's down here? Oh, besides the creeper. Hi. Can you not? Thank you. I should have made more torches, but I didn't. And now there's zombies, and I know they saw me. Okay. Hi, zombie. There's a sizzle down there. Is there a sizzle down there? No, it's just one. Just one creeper. There we go. Okay. I would like to actually light this area up without being attacked on all sides. That'd be preferable. Did you just wander away from the group? Or are you just a creeper that decided to wander over? Might be a bit of both. Ooh, diamonds. I mean... Oh no, oh no, oh no. That would have been sad. I'm just gonna quickly put that in there. So that way I actually have space for it. Hi, creeper. Hi, Skele. Ow. I didn't want to take that way, but okay. Oh, hi, spider. Oh. Hi, creeper. Come on. I hear a lot of not creepers, spiders. Hey, creeper, should I be ooh, diamonds. Should I be concerned? Or is there just a lot of spiders because there's a lot of spiders? Oh, hi. I knew you were there, but I thought you were further away. You were not further away. You were very close. Okay. Gotta quickly grab those. Put them in my bag. Hi, spider. What do you have on you? Is that fire resistance? No. I could grab that. Ah. Why do you guys have potion spells? I know I'm in hard difficulty, but still, come on. That one's not going to help you unless you decide to crawl into the lava. Or if I had flame on my bow. Or maybe... Is there fire aspect? Maybe. If I had any fire-related enchants, then you'd need it. But I do not currently. I came down here without a... Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't up here to begin with. I just got lost somehow in the very short span of time I was up there. Ah, yes. And now I just have the Skele way, which we're at full health, so it should be fine. Plus we have a shield? So it should be fine. Hi. Perfect. Anything else I should be aware about in here? Besides the potential creeper or two? Nothing. Nothing. I mean, at least this is a good pathway, so I don't have to build my way back up. So there's that. Anything else? Nope. That was it. So unless there is another section of this cave that I'm not seeing, besides, oh, wait, no, there's this part. There's this part with lava. Actually, this wouldn't be a bad place just to get some. Oh, no, that's just one thing of lava. One thing of lava that is becoming a waterfall. Alrighty then. Ooh, diamonds. I'll take it. I'll take it if I have the inventory space. Oh, lovely. 13 diamonds so far. You know what? Considering the fact that I wasn't expecting to go caving or get hardly any diamonds since I'm not searching for them, I'm gonna say that's a win. Is there anything down this really weirdly thin part of the cave? No, not really. Alright. Now, besides the part that's upstairs, which I'm fairly certain is part of the previous cave that we still haven't fully lit up, which I believe is right up there. Yes, because there is, I think I saw torches somewhere up there, meaning that I have been in the general area, but I haven't gotten to the point of lighting enough of the area up for it to be safe. So that should be good for now. However, I do really need to fix my armor, because that's gonna bite me in the butt if I don't. Where did I come from? Oh, hey, there's another area I forgot to light up. Oh, hi, zombie. Go away. Thank you. Oh, hi, spider. Why are there so many spiders in this area? Eh. No. No. Please? Thank you. Are we good? Whoa. Okay, yeah, this is just another section of an area we've already been in. Because there's torches all the way over there. And there's light all the way over here. Oh, this is just an up area from one of the many caves. This is... Right. I'm not going to go that way right now. Though I will take this coal. Because I am starting to run low on that. I have been running low on that for a while now. But that's fine. There's also a fair chunk of iron, but I have a feeling I'm going to come back to this place just because I want to light up the entire area. So I'd probably end up double checking places, so I'd probably find that again. And since we have an iron farm, I'm not too worried. If we didn't, then I'd be emptying out my inventory trying to get more, but for now it's fine. I'm sorry. I hear amethyst chime noises. I don't actually hear them, but I see them in the subtitles. Hello. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, let's do bop, bop. So I'll definitely be coming back here, because that's an amethyst. Lovely. Wasn't expecting to find that either. Okay, where is the staircase? If I were a staircase that I was making for my Skele... Oh, hi. Where would it be? Not here. If that zombie catches up with me, I'll fight him. If not, then he can just wander. It's fine. Ow. I should probably eat. It's not over here. Is it over here? Ah. Is this it? No. How have I gotten this lost? How? Rude? I mean, there's nothing to call rude except gravity here, so... Or myself, because I was the one that decided to go that way, but still. Is it up here? How have I already gotten lost? It's definitely not down there. That was a later part of the section that I discovered, so it's not this section because this was the unlit section that we found halfway through lighting this area up. And that was on our left when we first came in. So that means it's not going to be here. It's definitely not over there. I went in this circle. Lovely. Maybe it wasn't on the left? Was it on the... Was it in front of us? Maybe? Oh, hey. You know what? I know he didn't go up there. I know it's not up here. Is it down? No, because that's just lava. I didn't know that was lava until I looked down there, but still. It is, in fact, just lava. I don't need to be this far up. How have I gotten myself lost? I don't think it's up, because we... Yeah, that's the amethyst. With how many zombies are over there, it does make me... Oh. When... Don't know how I missed that little section. But the amount of zombies in that area does kind of concern me. Because it could just be normal zombies spawning. I mean, that happens, but... It sounds like there's a fair chunk of zombies in that area, so... Maybe there... I mean, if there is a spawner, that'd be kind of cool, but I wouldn't know what to do with it at this moment. Because if I were to do anything with a zombie spawner, since I already have a way of getting XP through skeletons, I'd probably want to try and figure out how to make a drown farm just for technically for Nautilus shell. Oh my god, I found it. Alrighty then, that works. I was expecting to find it just by not even focusing on finding an exit and just wandering in a direction, but you know what? It worked. It worked, and I'm not going to complain. That's one. I forgot about the tiny way back here. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3. That's going to be. Aha. Lovely. It's a little off center from the killing chamber itself, but you know what? All things considered, that's not bad. Could have been a whole lot worse. I actually really like that. Because then not only will this all be like properly staired, like I'm gonna have stairs all the way up here so I don't have to keep jumping everywhere. But it also means that I didn't have to do any weird finagling with the staircase itself, which is honestly kind of surprising. I thought I would have, but I got lucky. Okay. Lovely. And now there's going to be a bunch of skeletons down there in general, just because we're now up here and going to be doing stuff up here. I'm going to need... If these are going to be stairs, so these two are going to have to be... Those 3 are going to also have to be copper. So let's do 1, 2... It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's 12, 13. Just because there's going to be stairs there. So a little bit of these 2 blocks are going to be... Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I can actually get away with slabs there instead. Because it's only going to be this tiny corner that's going to be visible. The rest is going to be stair. And then we'll go down and it'll go to the calcite and diorite mix with a little bit of bone blocks. At least on the sides for probably... I'd say probably this first little bit, and then it'll delve into something that is more renewable and something we can actually afford relatively easily without too much concern. That's not going to be visible from the outside, but it's going to be visible from the inside, so I do need to make sure I... Oh. You know what? If I put wall... No. Wait a minute. I just now realized. So, when I was doing the concept design for this place, I did a little bit of the inside, and because I, for some reason, thought that it was a small area of the tinted glass, I was like, oh, I could put a table, a random armor stand that's just on a shelf, basically showing off, hey, we got things from the Skellies and stuff like that. Instead of having it where it is in the concept for it, what I might do instead is, since this area is one off, is have basically like shelving in this general area. Probably not big shelving, probably only 3 blocks wide, but shelving, and then on the top, the very top shelf is where we can put the armor stand and stuff like that. And I think that'll work just about as well. I don't think I'm going to put the table where I was going to put it, just because, well, it blocks the view. But I can put a table elsewhere in here, because there is going to be a fair chunk of room once we get rid of the chests and everything. So, that should be good. That's not going to be visible. I think the only places that are going to be visible are right here, and a little bit of this. Wait a minute. No, then we still run into a similar issue. Never mind. I'm going to make you into... That's going to be hidden, so technically the top wouldn't be seen. If this is a slab, I could technically just do a bottom slab there. So do the bottom of a slab, top of a slab. So that way we still have the copper there, but we're also able to maintain the infinite water source. Yeah. And this would be visible just because there's going to be water there. I don't know why I had to open the crafting table for that, but you know what? It works. It works. Okay. So that's the general area that's going to be visible on this side copper-wise, so I can put away the copper for now. You know what I didn't do? I didn't change a fair chunk of this into some of the other stuff that can be. Oops. Then again, maybe this area is better maintained than the area down below. Because I can see that happening. But we can also do this. And... Okay, I need to put this torch somewhere else so I can break that. But maybe something... Oh. Can you give... There we go. Maybe something like this. Basically, like the algae. It's not... Sure, it's growing on top of the copper and basically going along with a similar color scheme. But it's also going to change the shape of it just because the algae is going to be thick and kind of droop down and grow onto the material. Yeah, because just looking at it from here, because a lot of it's not oxidized yet, but looking from the oxidized copper on the left to the stem and warped wart blocks over here, it is similar enough color that I think we can get away with it. And we'll get away with it even more once we put some glow lichen on, but I need to duplicate that first. And I would like to keep the copper all in one place so it's easily accessible, as well as fix whatever's going on in my satchel. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll keep all of this in there, but the cobblestone can just go into this chest. Because we're already storing it there. Lovely. And you know what? Since we don't currently have anything here yet, I'll probably just use this area to pillar up a little bit, but I want to get high enough where the walls will stop, just so we can have a better idea of how it would look when that's there. Because of course we're going to have stuff to block the water on this side, and how am I going to do that? Because the door is going to be right here. So it'd have to be something that's not too intrusive. In fact, I could probably get away with using signs. Just be like, hey, this is what's going on here. Or welcome to the Skele farm, or something to that effect. And then have it kind of arch over, connecting to... Well, I guess it wouldn't really connect to that. It would have to connect to it from right over here, but it'd still work. And it would... No, it wouldn't. I'll have to workshop that. Because that's going to cause a little bit of issues, but that's fine. That's fine. Could be a lot worse. Okay. I cannot put the majority of that away. Great. Okay, so... What was I using the birch for? Because it's a relatively light wood. I usually use spruce for anything that has to do with furniture. So I'd assume that the walls that would be closely resembling it would be oak. Because if we do birch, I feel like it'd be too close to the calcite, so I could use a little bit of the pale oak as well to texture the calcite a bit. Plus, birch isn't anywhere on this, because if I were to put birch down, except for like the birch log itself, maybe we can put in a little bit with the calcite, just as a little bit more showing that it's wearing away and stuff. But other than that... Oh, that's not where I wanted to... Can I please stop misplacing blocks? That'd be lovely if I could. Also, this is getting dangerously dark. Yeah, oak seems to be the better candidate. Because birch isn't terrible. But I think oak would be... Actually, if it is birch, we can use oak for the darker parts that are more aged and rotted. And then for the really aged and rotted parts... Oh. For the really aged and rotted parts, we can use spruce. So basically the parts that are starting to crumble away. Which I don't think there'd be a lot of, because this is going to be old, but I don't think it's going to be old to the point of it has like a giant hole in wherever it is. But it may have a few parts where it's starting to age a little bit. And if that's the case, we're going to need a lot more birch. But for now, let's go ahead and... That is going to be a trap if I don't at least put a torch in there. I don't honestly want to waste that wood. because that's not going to be visible until right about there. And then all of this is going to be visible. Let's see here. That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, that's where the door will be. Or, you know what? We could have it be a double door. If we have it be a double door, we can have the doors on the outside here and put trapdoors above it, meaning we can... Oh, dang it. Do this on the top, just to make it a little bit more grand. And for now, I'm just going to place these down without changing it up a bit. Except back here, because I still have the palette up, so we're not going to be able to see that. But just doing this, I'm going to grab our dirt again. And I'll put it here. But just by doing that, we'll be able to get a relative read on what we're doing. However, I do need to do this real quick. And then any of the ground that's around the pillars or any of the walls that are visible right now, I can do half slabs and probably, I'd say gray carpet would probably blend in fairly well with the deep slate, just to give it a little bit of curve. Like it's there, it's been dug in, and it is sturdy, but the ground is around it, and it's not just there. Okay. So far, so good, despite the fact that it seems a little dark, but I think that's just lighting. Yeah, I think that's just lighting, because it's birch. Birch is really bright. Okay. And with that, if we take a little bit of oak, and let's do, you know what, right about here, since we already have a little bit going on in this general area, if we just replace that with oak, yeah, that's not bad. It does seem a little odd when you're close up, but I think in the grand scheme of things, once we have other areas similar to this, it'll make more sense, especially once we start getting some glow lichen on this stuff. Because right over here, because there's algae or whatever we want to call this stuff growing on the thing, on the wall, it's got to have some sort of moisture to be able to, well, survive. So having it start to rot away just because of, well, the cave having moisture, I feel like that makes sense. Sure, it means that this place isn't going to be the most structurally sound thing, but it's structurally sound enough that it's lasted for a chunk of time. And you know what? Since there's water legitimately in this area constantly, if this side of the wall is more rotted away, it would make a whole lot of sense. In all fairness. In fact, where is this? This is... Oh, wait. Before I do that, let's do that. And I should have made this a stair instead. Oh well. But let's make this a stair. And change that into... let's do spruce. Just to show that this is a lot more rotted than the rest of it. I mean, on the inside, it doesn't look too bad. What about the outside? Outside doesn't look too bad at all. Though, it would look a lot better if we had some reference to what the wall is supposed to look like. So let's do this instead. Now it kind of looks like a door. Like, if you ignore the fact that that's a hole and just pretend that's a doorknob, it kind of looks like a door. And it's very symmetrical. Which isn't the point of what I wanted to do, but... let's do that instead. And... you know what? Let's have it so... around the door here. If I can have an empty offhand. If we do something like this around the door, because that would kind of make sense. And probably on top as well. I mean, we'll see what it looks like with the rest of the wall up. But I don't think that's bad. And to be honest, it kind of makes sense of why this is so abrupt. Because this would be... I feel like it would be more difficult to rot this than the planks themselves. But I could be wrong. Oh, well, this was going to be my way up. It is no longer my way up, but... you know what? I could just hop on the chests. There we go. And then up here, because of the fact that it's higher up, unless, of course, I'm going to put some sort of water feature, I have a feeling that there wouldn't be as much moisture over here as there would be at the edges. Oh. Well, that was not what I wanted. I think that's honestly coming together well. Okay. I can work with that. I can work with that. Is this really the only birch I have? It looks like it. We're not done with the walls just yet. But I want to quickly get a little bit of the platform in the front done. It's so tiny. I didn't mean for it to be that tiny, but it is really tiny right now. There we go. Let's... You know what? If we do it this way, then we can use fence gates for the specific one. And we can put... Where is it? I'll need to make more. That's... That might be enough. It is not enough. Alrighty then. Fine. And then we can put dark oak trapdoors until the point it reaches the door where we can just have a staircase, which we need actual support for. There we go. And I could put the... You know what? For now, it's going to be cobbled. That'll be fine. But if we do that, put probably oak. That's the wrong way around for the thing I'm wanting to make. At least I'm fairly certain. Oh, it only makes one. I guess we can get this side. But we can do that for the guardrails of this area since it's made from a different time, so it wouldn't use the same building techniques as the buildings that I make. Because I don't usually use the fence gates. I usually just use trapdoors. But that doesn't look awful. Except for the fact that it's really blending in with the oak over here. So what if instead, in the places that are more rotted away, what if we instead use spruce? It wouldn't work for the side that has spruce on it, but it would work just for this area. You know what? That's honestly not terrible considering the effect that I'm trying to go for. And then if it gets to the point that it's supposed to be dark oak, I'll just have it to where it'll have probably more so a dark oak trapdoor or something to that effect, just because at that point I feel like it wouldn't be a thing anymore. It would just collapse instead of holding up like it's supposed to. So there'd be holes in the guardrails if it gets to that point, which I feel like would make relative sense. And for right here, should probably just go to spruce. And in doing that, I mean, it makes sense but I don't like it when it's that tall. You know what? Instead, we can do just normal fences right there. So let's do bop, bop. That's a hole. Because if we put normal fences there, then we'd be able to put the lanterns on and not have it be odd, because we wouldn't be able to put the lanterns on these. That doesn't look bad. It does look a little odd just because those are not the bark blocks. I already need to go to the surface to get more spruce, so it's fine. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense if it's like that. And since the top of this is also visible, we could do that instead. Yeah. And I could also put a lantern over here, but I might put something else as well. Maybe a sign or a potted plant. Just to add a little bit more. Also, with those added, I probably don't need those. I'll still keep this one because it's lighting up other things, but yeah. I need to fix whatever's going on over here. Okay. You know what? Let's do this instead. Because I'm just looking for shape at this point. And I can focus on the block of at least the terrain later. Of the actual building we can do now, but of the terrain, it'll be a different story, especially since there's a few things I need to do terrain-wise. All right. Honestly, this looks interesting. You know what? If I bring this all the way around, well, I wouldn't be able to do it on the corners. Not well, anyway. If I did it on the corners, it would have to be a vertical block. And that wouldn't necessarily work well. But it definitely works around the door, because it's going to be... That needs to be more supported. Okay. That works. I love having a palette. I really need to move this. At this point, it's just in the way. Do I have enough inventory space to pick up all of this? No. No, I do not. Oh, that's waxed. Oh, right, because I didn't want it to age when I was doing other things. That makes sense. Let's do this. And I probably should set this up somewhere else, just so I have it somewhere. And know, hey, oh, hey, I actually, wheat for mud. That's another thing I need to get when I'm upstairs again. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. You know what? I'll put the palette for this over here against this wall. Let's do that. I put some of that stuff away. Dang it. We're gonna need a moss block. We're gonna need... I already have the mud on me. I already have tough on me. I don't have the brick on me, though. Or the mossy, or just cobble in general. Or the gravel. Is there anything else? Maybe, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, right, the copper. And that should be good. Just to have the general idea of what our palette is. Because sure, we already know what our palette is because we're currently building it, but it doesn't hurt to have a reference nearby. Just in case. Let's do... We're gonna want our oak nearby. There we go. Is there anything else? Oh, right, gravel. Gravel can go here. Andesite can go... That's not where I wanted that. I'm not going to be able to grab that. Can I grab it through this? Yes! Where is that going to? Just in case if I accidentally made a spawn area back there, I'm just going to put a torch. And I'm going to put torch on either side just so I can actually see a little bit better. I forgot 2 things. Yeah, 2 things. And I just need that out of my bag. And it's the oxidized, which I'll put up here, and the just normal copper. And you know what? Since I added this, I might as well add it to the palette itself as well. I also need to add the calcite, which I could put right here. So I will need to move this in general, just so it's... I was going to say just so it's easily seen. That is not a place where it's going to be easily seen. Is there any place that'd be easily seen? You know what? Against the iron bar is easier than where it was. Calcite. And quartz. Diorite. And I don't... There we go. I was going to say, I don't have bone blocks on me. I need to grab those. So let's do bop, 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 and bop. I think the diorite's a little bit too much. But maybe from afar, if it's in the area back behind this and further down, I think we can sneak in a little bit of diorite and birch, like the bark of the birch. Maybe. I'll test it out, but right now it's not looking great in that aspect. Not unless it is closer to the calcite. Because if it's closer to the calcite, then it looks a lot more similar than it is when it's next to anything else. So I would need to make sure that the calcite's mostly surrounding it if I am to use the diorite. Okay. And now I can put the torch down right there. And now we have an updated palette that is no longer inside of the place that is causing issues. Lovely. Let's go ahead and start placing down the wall over here. I am going to need to figure out what to do with the corners here. Or at least the corners or the edges of this window. Because I could leave it as is, and that wouldn't be the worst thing, but it also doesn't mean it'd be the best thing. Bone blocks. Because I have a lot of bone meal that I can do that with. I don't think I have all of the bone meal to do that with, but I have enough to at least get a chunk. Do I have a little bit of blackstone. Okay, good. I do need to go back into the nether to get said blackstone to get a little bit more than I have right now. But for now, we have a little bit. And this one's not going to be as decayed as over there, but it's going to be enough to where it makes sense just because the ground over here is a little bit wet and there's a little bit of water. So that should be good. And I feel like the stairs... The thing that would make the most sense with the stairs is if it was either deep slate or blackstone. But the blackstone is used for the wet floor. Oh. Dang it. So probably not that. So probably closer to deep slate or even dark oak. Or maybe even tough. I can see tough working. But I think it might be a little too bright in contrast to this specific floor. So let's instead do the tile. I know the tile technically isn't any darker than the brick, but it seems darker than the brick. So it's at least potentially close enough to it that it won't be too far off. I needed 3 more. Just for this stretch. This is gonna be some odd stairs, but I'll figure it out. But it'll go from basically this heavy tile to the extremely tiled, literally tiled area. I can see that working. It is going to be a little odd, but I think we can make it work. And I think another thing that's probably throwing me off with this specific area is that it's all flat wall. I do want to figure out something to do with the walls over in this area, because we can't really texture them without it being odd on the outside. Because the only parts that are textured on the outside so far, excluding around the door, is the copper. Meaning that if we wanted to texture the copper, we wouldn't be able to. However, what we could do is put things on the walls to take away from the fact that it's so flat. So probably put, like, in this general area, a shelf or a few shelves that, sure, I don't know how people would reach them, but it'd be display. It doesn't need to be functional. At least in this general area. It'd all be for decoration. But I can see that working. Okay. Okay. Now, dang it. I keep on falling into that hole. And right now I can't patch said hole because, well, I need more smithing tables. Can I make that jump? If I actually jump, maybe. No, I cannot. Fine. I'll do this instead. And then I can bring the walls up. And I think I'll also make it so that there's not a hole up there. And so that the cave kind of encases the building. Because right now that's not the case. I can't reach that, can I? Fine. But I'll just go to the top for now. This is gonna hurt. It didn't need to, but the way I have built this wall is gonna make it so it's gonna hurt. Or not. You know what? I landed on the stair. That's fine. Yeah, I need to do something with that wall. That's gonna bug me. Huh. I'll figure something out. But for now, we have the wall down. And this part of the wall, while it's a little bit rotted away, I don't think there'd be much for it to, well, have reason to get super rotted. Because it's right up against the cave wall, so unless there is, like, a little bit of water just in between the wood and the cave wall, which, you know what, in all fairness, could easily happen. At the moment, I'm not seeing a reason. However, there could be a way to make it so a little bit of water is shown behind, like, I'd say probably this part of the wall, because there is a little bit of a cave up there. So if there's a little bit of water that happens to come down, but it's not making it so it's difficult to go up and down the stairs or anything, I feel like that could work. And in that case, there would be a lot more water damage. Let's not get stuck on a block and break these two. Then we can. Oh, we already have oak and spruce on us. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And for the majority of this, it'll be oak. But then right about there could be a small hole, and I don't have enough spruce. Do I? Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe I do. Just barely. And put a little bit right there. Or you know what? If we do this instead. No. A little bit further out. If we do this instead and have a dark oak trap door just right there, we can have water starting to build up and flowing back here. And the water won't be able to flow through because of the trap door. And it does mean I'm gonna need to make this a little bit more over there. Let's do that instead. Because having a little bit where it's not too rotted away next to the very rotted away, and then not at all. So this is not at all, little bit, and almost completely. I feel like that works. Yeah. Because since there's going to be water actively flowing behind here, it would make sense that that chunk of the wall is significantly more rotted away compared to the rest of it. Plus, it adds a little bit more character to the wall than what was there before. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to grab a little bit of water. I'm actually going to go up there. Is the only way up there up here? Dang it. Actually, no? Kind of? Not necessarily, but it is a little bit of an odd area. So the very top would be right there. And you know what? Let's say this is just a little reservoir of water that's built up over a few years. So something like that. I have water. It's fine. That goes down. And then I can grab some more water. And fill this little reservoir pond thing. And you know what? Because there's this reservoir, maybe this was like a little attraction. So right next to the skeleton place, just because the spawner's there, like they didn't put the spawner there, but they just were like, oh, hey, there's a spawner here. Let's go ahead and tap into this so we can have arrows and everything, similar to what we did, except for pretending that this was made a long time before we showed up. Let's say that this was, sure, it was right by it, but it was just like a little fun moss-covered grove. Because sure, it wouldn't be the safest place, but because this has been tamed, I can see it being a really pretty spot. Except for the fact that there's a lot of Skele sounds, like, just down there. But if you ignore that part and focus on what could be over here, this being a little water collection area, while maybe it started off small, they could have either expanded it themselves or maybe water erosion just caused it to whittle away so it collected more water and giving way to all the rot that's built up over here. Yeah. I would like to get down from here. How did I get up in the first place? Ah, there we go. There we go. And then the fact that we can see the water actually flowing helps. I feel like it helps add a little bit more to the wall being this broken. Yeah. Okay, okay. Where was the smithing table to begin with? Where did I get this from? Why do I have this? Where is there a smithing table broken? Oh, it was right over here. Right. Okay. I guess that's one less that I need to actually grab. All right. I might actually move that water reservoir just a bit so it's more so to the right, but either way, I think that adds a little bit more to this specific section. Okay. And we still don't have any of these blocks just yet. And I honestly don't know where I'd put the amethyst if I were to put amethyst anywhere in this specific area. I think putting it down there would probably be a lot easier. Then again, I don't want to force a block into an area, so if we don't find an area for the amethyst, I won't use it, but I would like to try and use it. Another thing that I need to figure out is the fact that these walls, I mean, yeah, they have a little bit of the color differentiation, but there's not a lot of texture on the walls themselves. And bringing that all the way around, it would help, but because of the corners, we wouldn't really be able to do it unless we had a through line of vertical stripped logs. Because I feel like it'd look odd. And on this side, it's fine because it's mostly hidden, so you can be like, oh, hey, a lot of the texture is probably hidden just by the formation of the cave. But on this side, it could need a little bit of something. And for all I know, I can probably, maybe at this point, do either what? I mean, usually I'd say gates, because those aren't usually too bad. But since we're using them for actual guardrails, I'm gonna need to figure out something else to put there, because spruce trapdoors works on occasion, but usually for, I'd say, bigger areas. Or maybe once we actually have it fully overgrown and fix the cave around it, it won't be as bad as it feels like. Because it feels off, but I can't really pinpoint how to fix it at the moment. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the stairs real quick. So you know what? I'm gonna do that and make 2 stacks of the stairs. This may or may not be too many, but you know what? I'd rather there be too many than too little. And then bop, bop. That'll be a full block. That is an easy recipe for having someone fall. A fair chunk. That's an easy way for someone to trip down the stairs. Thankfully, it's Minecraft, so I don't think that'll happen. But it'll still hurt. So I would not want them designing my stairs, or more so, I wouldn't want me designing my stairs. If this is the stairs that we'd have. Okay, you know what? If it's not curved, it doesn't look as bad, because it looks like you're meant to go over here, but you still have this going on, where you have a potential, if you're hugging this side too close, you could just, if you wanted to step with your right foot, just kind of go a little too far, hit your face on the wall, and just fall over. Thankfully, it's not like another long stairway, but still, not the safest stairway, if we're thinking about it logically. Why? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't need to put... Did I break it? This is still 4 high. Okay. I didn't break it. I think... What? Where was my brain going with that? For some reason, I thought that I didn't need to break that, but then we wouldn't have it at the right height. Which wouldn't be great. Kind of would like to not hit my head every single time I try to go up and down the stairs. Well, I mean, if I push it back, technically we need to use a little bit more copper, but then at least it won't be as crowded, because this does look a lot better. I'll use the extra copper. So I was right in some aspects. Something was off about it. And then we'll just need like a very small guardrail right over here. Oh. Let's go ahead and put that slab over here instead, and I do not... There we go. I could have put an oxidized one. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's fine. And then we'll replace these with the deep slate tiles. And now the stairs are actually relatively good, except for right here. And this time I'll grab the oxidized one. Bop. And bop. Lovely. When did I get redstone in my inventory? Probably when I was digging the stairs. I'll keep the dirt just in case. I'll keep the planks just in case. Because we no longer have any more spruce logs on us. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. And then we can go bop bop. And bop. Much better. Are you through the wall or below me? Or above me? You sound like you're above me. Are you? Are you above or below me? Or to the side of me? Nope, below. Where are you? Come on. Seriously, where? Ah. Where is that? That looks lit up. Okay, so that's not what I wanted to do. Because I can see the subtitles, hopefully I remember, hey, this is a slime chunk. F3B? Nope, wrong one. Where are the chunk borders? I don't see them. Ow. Rude. Okay, so let's do bop. Hi, slimes. Okay. So we have a slime chunk near us. That's fun. Wasn't expecting that. Especially since I was doing a different task. But you know what? That's usually how I find the slime chunks is I'm not even looking for them. They kind of just spawn slimes when I'm near and it's like, oh, that's not right. Oh. Huh. Well, that's not great, because that pick is almost dead. I mean, yay, I'm using the pick to its full capacity, but I don't really want to get stuck downstairs just because I don't have a pick. Oh, I could do... all stairs right there. Right. So I'll dig them before I hop down. Oh, that's a lot of skellies. I can hear them through the wall. Damn. Oh, this poor pick. That's not what I wanted to do. Those need to be stairs. I'm just going to assume this is definitely on its last legs. Oh, very much so. Oh, hi. Alrighty then. How long will this pick last until it breaks? So I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was gonna break a little bit sooner than this. I won't complain. I'm glad it's lasting a little bit longer, because then I can do a little bit more. But it definitely wasn't something I was expecting. Okay, it's gonna be this one that breaks, right? No? I may not be able to see its health bar, but... Oh. Okay. That's not what I wanted to open. I might as well grab some levels while I'm down here. It's not as many as there were when I first came down here, but you know what? It's still a little bit. Still got a few levels. And I accidentally grabbed an arrow. But other than that, we're... Oh, hey. I'll take that. But other than that, looks good. You know what? I didn't even need to do the final bit. Or at least not this bit, because I can level that out. So instead, I'll just do that as a temporary thing. Let's go ahead and head back upstairs. My pick is still somehow alive. I don't know how I managed that. But you know what? Cool. Very cool. And then I legitimately just need... What was it? 2? I'm gonna be off by 1, aren't I? I mean, I was off by 1, but it was not in the way that I thought it was gonna be. You know what? I'm fine with that. Damn. Okay, then. I can't really... You know what? There. The redstone fit perfectly. Lovely. Didn't expect my chest to be this full. And I have so many bones. I could just turn that into bone meal, so I have another space. There we go. I need to empty my bundle. Okay. Right. Okay. I know we just did the stairs, so technically we didn't do much, but I still want to get another look at this. You know what? I'm really liking how this is turning out. I'm really liking how this is turning out. I don't like that my axe is almost dead. I mean, I do have another axe on me. I just need to hope I don't run into anything and hit something and it just breaks. That would not be so great at all. But you know what? I'm fairly confident in the way that I've lit this part of the cave up. Not the other part of the cave, not the part that the lower half of the Skelly farm is in. But the upper part of the Skelly farm, I feel like that cave's alright. Sure, I'll run into a few things, but not often enough that it's a problem. Not yet. Sometime it might be, though. So I need 22 iron. I need to chop down trees. I need wheat, which I already have. I just need to grab it. And I need to make the bone meal that I have into bone blocks. That shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad at all. I don't think I have too much bone meal, so I'll probably get at most, I'd say probably 11 or 12 blocks, but I have so many bones in the Skelly farm. You know what? I could just use the bones from the Skelly farm. I'm gonna get more of those. I don't need to take the bone meal from upstairs. That would just be... Oh. You know what? It's fine. I have iron blocks upstairs. Oh, I forgot I planted the cactus. You're still... Are you okay? You have been trapped right there this entire time. You're stuck inside of 2 blocks. I'm honestly scared to help you because I have a feeling that I'll... Instead of hitting the block, I'm gonna hit the Enderman and I'm just gonna end up perishing, but... Jeez. I don't think I actually have any slime balls, so for now, I'm gonna put that there. Let's go ahead and put away the gold, the iron, the diamonds. We now have 23 diamonds at our disposal. We might as well just have this pick break, because if we combine them, it's only gonna take levels. It's not gonna add anything. Let's go ahead and put those away. I actually have a place for those seeds. I'll keep the signs on me. I'll keep the bundle on me, just because it's actually very useful right now. If I remember correctly, I saved enough for at least... I did not. Okay, I think that's enough wheat. At least I'm fairly certain. Oh! Oh, that's cute! This is cute. I don't know if I can place it or not, but for now, I'll just save it until I get another one. Okay. I have the wheat. I need the 22 iron. And I don't have enough wood, do I? Do I have enough wood? I guess we'll find out. We do not. At least not of oak. I'll put the oak away and go back to spruce. Damn. You know what? We'll even do a birch one. Okay. We have our smithing tables. We have our wheat. I could put those just in the bundle. The deep slate, we have a lot of deep slate down there. The tough I'm going to keep, though. And we legitimately just need to get some wood. And make a few iron picks. So sure, I'm going to use this when mining deep slate, but just to prepare myself, I would rather have the picks than not have them. You know what? I'll make one. Just for the simple fact of we need another iron axe if we're going to be chopping down trees. Because we need more birch, more oak, and more spruce. Because we are officially out of spruce for the most part. Because we have, what, one log that's not part of the pallet? So 2 logs if you count the one that's in the pallet. That's not a lot. Especially since that's going to be the supports and the rotted parts. And I have a feeling the rotting would be worse the further down you go. There we go. And if that's the case, it's also going to be more lush the farther down we go. Or lush-like. I guess that is what I'm planning to do since I'm wanting to make a custom tree or two down below, but we'll see how it looks. There we go. For now, I'll put birch where I usually put my main wood that I'm going to use. Just so I have something. Nope, that's not where I want to place it. There we go. Oh, one of you turned into a big tree. I might want to start on the other side then. Up we go. How many of you turned in? Looks like maybe only 2? Because there's this one, and then there's one right beside it. So it looks like only 2 decided to go really big, and that's just the spruce tree. Not too bad. Could have been worse. Well, that one wanted to go everywhere. That wasn't just straight ahead. There we go. And this will account for the walls birch-wise. And grabbing extra oak doesn't hurt. Because I know we have a full stack downstairs, but the fact that it's going to be more rotted away at the bottom, I have a feeling we're going to need more. Plus, if we have extra, we are running low-ish on coal, so it wouldn't hurt to make some more charcoal. There we go. Lovely. I need one more, then I can just replant this area and run along. Please? Oh, there's one. And I got an extra one. And you know what? I'll chop down you. This may or may not be enough for the majority of the things that we need to do. Because I have a feeling this will probably give us near a stack. Maybe. But if not, they're... Okay, it's just clouds. Want to make sure the sun wasn't setting. I'd rather not get stuck outside during that time. Oh yeah, that should be enough for... Not for all of the furniture or anything like that. That's going to be on the inside, but just the supports on the outside and stuff downstairs, it's probably going to be enough. And if not, we have other trees we can chop down. And because we can make these into the really tall trees that are 4 wide, not 4 wide, the 2x2, I think that's probably the reason why I almost always have this as my go-to wood. You always get a lot from one tree, which is fantastic. Can you give me one more sapling? Pretty please? I mean, I know you will eventually, but I would like to plant the tree, then wander off. And the only ones I won't do that with are the ones that I don't have a lot of saplings with, because then I would have to re-find where those trees are. And those two are the ones that I'm low on saplings. All the others I think, good on saplings. To the point that I've already turned a lot of the oak saplings into bone meal. And I think I'm close to that on birch, that I should probably do that sometime. Because I don't want over a stack of these saplings. At least not at the moment. Those, however, I would. Because they have to be at 2x2. And they can sometimes be stingy. Especially that one. I mean, thankfully it gave all of the saplings that I needed for that specific tree, but didn't give any extra. So, still have to babysit it. I also haven't used any of the pale oak just yet. I know I'm going to try and use some of it just in general. For instance, the area that is going to have the calcite, potentially diorite, and bone blocks, and quartz, which is a lot more spendy. That area, I'm going to use a little bit of pale oak. But I was thinking of using pale oak in a different area. Only problem being is I can't really think of where that'd be at this very moment with what we have right now. But that's because the area that I put it in the concept art would, I think that was meant to be tough, but I can also see it being the pale oak, where right down the stairs where it starts going down, that's where I was planning to put a lot of the more gray blocks. But I believe that is, no, that's gonna be downstairs. That's gonna be downstairs, and I was accurate about the fact that the stairway would be visible from, well, the cave. Because this was me trying to be like, okay, if I was standing in the cave, what would it look like? So that was what I got off the top of my head. And I think we could do something similar to that, but we definitely can't do it exactly. Just with the way that our stairs are, because they go directly to the Skele area. But we can, at one of the 3x3 step off areas or landing points, we can definitely have an area that kind of goes out, and there can be a balcony off of that that goes down into maybe a bigger storage area for just if like the main storage of the Skele farm were to get overflowed, then we. Hello? Alrighty then. Then we go into that storage that's just off the side of the place and just store things there, because at the moment, would it be out of the way to get it? Sure, but so is going to the Skele farm in general. Plus, we don't really have that much of a actual storage, so it being there would be better than creating a bigger chest monster where we currently are, which is right next to our bed. And it's kind of spread to the second floor as well. I'm not really surprised that that happened, but to make it so I'm less likely to have that happen with specifically Skele items, so bows, arrows, bones, stuff like that, doing that actually isn't a terrible idea. And you know what? Now that we actually have the I was gonna say, now that we have the items, I can actually put this down, but apparently this is a lot taller than I was thinking. And you know what? That's fine, because I remember right. I can't really do all of this because of the fact that I'm also going to be affecting the terrain. So I don't know where it's actually going to fall. This one, however, it's going to fall right here. No doubt about it. And then we can... There. Then we can use Dark Oak Stairs. Right here. Oh, damn. Just to have it go out a little bit. And then we'll put a slab there. I don't think we have a slab on hand. Do we have a slab on hand? No. No, we do not. There we go. But we're definitely going to need to fix whatever's going on over here. Which means that this might change, but that's fine. And we're also going to want one on this side as well. And this one will be... Why did I make this one longer? You know what? We'll see how it looks. You know what? Doesn't look terrible with it being a little bit longer than the other, especially at this angle. Okay, I'm fine with that. But once we fix the terrain around it, that one will look a less odd. I don't know why it looks odd right now, but it does. And then we need the terrain to even figure out where this one's going to stop. Let's go ahead and combine those. There we go. There we go. Okay. I think that's going to be a good place to leave off, just for the simple fact of we have the top part of the structure relatively done, except for the parts that are dependent on the terrain around it, which is mainly just that one pillar. So I think that's going to be all for today. We got a fair chunk of this build done, and I'm honestly really happy with how it's turning out. That bat, I thought you were like a spider or something that fell from the ceiling. No, it's just a bat. You're adorable, but you scared me. But I'm really glad with how it's turning out so far. I'm excited to see what it looks like on the bottom as well, since we're not going to see it from this angle, what the bottom will look like. Meaning that I'm going to do my best to make it seem like it's still a connected building and not just a different building altogether, since it's legitimately going to be one building. But I am super excited for that to happen. I'm gonna quickly fix that. That was bugging me. But thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. If you like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!